Namaskar, good morning, good day. This is July 14, 2020, and this is Suraj Singh speaking from Bharat, India, in connection with topics related to COVID-19 and management issues of civil engineering construction involving all disciplines of civil engineering and general engineering and engineering general and engineering management and site activities, all in terms depending on what comes in mind. No script available, just references only, like FIDIC references, like general specifications references, anyway that way, just for dissemination information to my colleagues, to my fraternity, to public, whatever we can take. This is no issue, no problem. This is as usual. And dear friends, life is not that easy. Let us start with critical life issues that are encompassing all us. And we have to handle them successfully or unsuccessfully, whatever. We have to handle them. We cannot avoid them. And that is where life lies in. So it is that, SARS2 it was, now it has been added with many other properties. So SAR is only for namesake. This is SARS, of course. Durable impacts on all organs, something new. COVID, it is COVID, no more COVID. Oh my God, what's happening? What is this? Yeah, something happens like that. It is COVID, it's COVID-19 God's act or virus, and this is what I'm talking of. God's act of virus and COVID impacts on all organs. That is new development from previous news. Impacts on all organs. This COVID, a kind word of which we understand durable in that it's durable in impacting on all virus. SARS is no more SARS. It's now durable and impacts on all virus, all COVID-19, God's act or virus, and now we engineering after that, engineering management systems systems changes and organization and on I think this is a problem here. I should have taken care of this, and changes organization, human thinking only, and result general concrete specifications, total systems, quality structures, and soil engineering in the course FIDIC 2017 yellow, white. This is what we are going, and let me say again, problem in this thing, so okay. So some problem in the handling of this computer. So I better let me shoot this way. I think better now. So start COVID-19. Okay. I close this and I'll take it later on because it's very difficult to show you this. I'll show you this later on. Now, because I had to program it like that, so schedule like that. Now, dear friends, we all talk COVID every day, every hour. COVID has done this, COVID has done that, but it is doing indeed, it is doing, my friends. COVID is not running behind. COVID is not at all running behind. It's doing good to yourself, to myself. And let us say, there's a news about something, some structure, such work. There was news yesterday, which I'll show you. It's not showing you, but I put reference. I put reference in my file. I put reference that on this text about this, which I will read now. This is a coronavirus warning from Italy. This is news. Coronavirus warning from Italy. Effects of COVID-19 could be worse than thought. This is your news. This coronavirus warning from Italy. Coronavirus warning from Italy, and it is effects of COVID-19 could be worse than first thought. This is news on Sky News. This is Stuart Ramsey, Chief Correspondent, Sky News, July 13, 2020. What does this news say? This is on UK News, yahoo.com. Coronavirus warning, Italy affects COVID-19 could worse. This is URL. And what does it say? It says long-term effects of COVID-19 even on people who suffered a mild infection could be far worse than was originally anticipated, according to researchers and doctors in northern Italy. Psychosis, insomnia, kidney disease, spinal infections, strokes, chronic tiredness, and mobility issues are being identified in former coronavirus patients in Lombardy, worst affected region in country Italy. Doctors warn that some victims may never recover from illness and that all age groups are vulnerable. Virus is a systematic infection that affects all organs of body, not as was previously thought just a respiratory disease, they say. Some people may find that their ability to properly work, to concentrate, and even to take part in physical activities shall be severely impaired. Physicians warn that people who do not consider themselves in a vulnerable group and areas concerned at contracting disease could be putting themselves in danger of life-changing illnesses if they ignore rules to keep safe. They stress that need for social distancing, hand washing and masks is as important now as it was ever. Warnings come amid growing concerns in northern Italy that a second wave of virus could be imminent. Doctors in two of main hospitals in region have reported a handful of new cases of severely ill people with respiratory problems. Dr. Roberto Cosentini, head of emergencies at Papa Giovanni 23 Hospital in Bergamo, oversaw response to virus that swept through this alpine province, claiming lives of at least 6,000 people. He gave Sky News unprecedented access to hospitals' emergency rooms in March when first shocking effects of virus was broadcast around the world, changing perceptions of scale of problem. Now he is leading effects to again send a warning across globe that COVID-19 is a lethal killer that affects whole body and is not going away. I repeat this. Now he is leading efforts to again send a warning across globe that COVID-19 is a lethal killer that affects whole body and is not going away. At first, initially, we thought it was a bad flu. Then we thought it was a bad flu with a very bad pneumonia. It was phased when you came here. But subsequently, we discovered that it is a systematic illness with vessel damage in the whole body with renal involvement, cerebral involvement. He told me in now silent COVID-19 emergency room that was overwhelmed a few months ago. So we are seeing other acute manifestations of renal failure that require dialysis or stroke, and then acute myocardial infarction. So a lot of complications or other manifestations of virus. And also now we see a significant proportion of population with chronic damage from various one of few position positive emerging from pandemic that caused havoc to health services. Here was creation of a unique environment where doctors and experts in different fields found themselves working together for months, effectively learning new skills. That cooperation is helping understanding virus. Dr. Emanuela Catinasi is a neurosurgeon at Cremona Hospital, and when we first met her in March, she had been co-opted to work on intensive care wards during worst of outbreak. She is back in neurology, but crucially, whereas in past she would have treated patients completely independent of other departments. Now she can see link. That link is COVID-19 and is a multi-organ killer. In our hospital now we have a practice with immunologists who are checking these patients, especially those with most severe illnesses, and they are checking not only lungs but all systematic manifestations of COVID pathology. She told me, virus is a systematic infection. Some of our apparatus organs have biggest manifestation such as lungs as we know, but also brain, skin, and sometimes we have vasculitis. So it's not just high respiratory or low respiratory infection, it's not finished at that. Italian doctors' findings in their patients mirror a recent study carried out at University of London. So it is. Researchers identified serious neurological complications arising, arising from COVID-19, including delirium, brain information, stroke, and nerve damage in 43 people aged 1685. This story is continuous, and some of patients had expected no severe breathing problems at all with neurological disorder, but first and only sign that they had coronavirus. At, at intensive testing and follow-up analysis of all survivors has been launched in Bergamo. Bergamo team of doctors examine those who have recovered on constant basis, trying to track changing properties of virus. Filippo Eklani, 65, is one of survivors being tested. He was intubated in February after becoming severely ill, but recovered. He has been COVID-19 free for 4 months, but he still has problems breathing and has periods of severe exhaustion. He accepts his ongoing condition but sends a clear warning to people to take care not to catch virus under whatever circumstances. To those who don't respect rules, I wish they could have a week of what I felt, a week of feeling as bad as I have been. Perhaps then they understand that they cannot underestimate many warnings and mandatory rules we have been given. Doctors carrying out follow-up and testing programs say they simply do not know enough about virus to predict what is going to happen next. It's something very different that changes body of patient. Dr. Gianluca Palmieri explained to me, we have also seen forms of asthma develop after coronavirus infections. We for sure no damage of coronavirus is caused by inflammation, and asthma and other respiratory diseases are inflammatory diseases, and there are also some inflammatory diseases in our body that can be developed and triggered by coronavirus. Simple coronavirus pneumonia is something that patients will recover completely from a radiological point of view, but probably biggest change is inflammation. I mean, we have seen inflammation in all of their bodies, vascular systems and respiratory systems. So we think we have to tackle the inflammation in these patients even when they recover from acute phase of disease. So little is known of virus that whatever long-term planning is guesswork. Again, so little is known of virus that whatever long-term planning is only guesswork. Doctors believe that even youngest and mildest infected are at risk of their lives being changed forever, and it could take years to become apparent. Whole workforce could become less productive as consequence. And that's end of this news. So gentlemen, this news I narrated you story from yesterday's news is really very very you have known what news is. I need to explain about that we don't know what this virus is. When we say something is secret, now it's very difficult to understand that because it is secret. Secrecy is very difficult to be cleared off. When it's cleared off, it doesn't remain secrecy at all. So COVID-19 is secrecy actually. And when there is secrecy, what does it mean? What do I understand by secrecy is that still is in control of God. When something is not understood, it's called secrecy. When we do not understand anything of that, that's much more greater secrecy. So this is God's phenomenon still, natural phenomenon still. Nature has not disclosed to human what it is. When doctors are saying that, scientists say that it requires major issue. Well, this was scientific news. I need love from Italy experts, doctors. Well, we continue with our information of COVID now. Informations are coming which are very dangerous, which are very horrifying from all over the world, especially critical areas, supercritical areas at this moment are USA, Brazil, England, European parts, and also many other parts. Our part is also India, Bharat is also in that list. You cannot deny this fact. You may say something, but saying and doing are different. Means what you say is not necessary. That's right. We have to accept fact, and as soon as we have accept facts, we shall be in a better position. Doesn't matter politics. Doesn't matter something. Facts. Truth is truth. Fact is fact, and truth is that we all have failed till now. This means God has not given permission till now that human should know about this. What it works, how it works means no scientific answers we have, and COVID-19 is still having its own flag around the world. Scientists unknown now. We cannot say scientists have some thousands of scientists, but they have not done anything so far. I can say it's no question of criticism. Question is either scientific study is incomplete, or scientists are not having clear concepts of what sciences are. This is a question mark, to be very frank. Specialization, as many specializations we have in the world, that is leading to more and more secrecy, because just like the doctor said that I didn't work in my specializations, but in interactions with other doctors, so independently that too. So if a doctor works independent in other discipline, other specialization, this means they can all time. So we have to change our thoughts that I am a specialist, you are a specialist, this is that and this is that. Actually you should be generalist first, only then specialist. You should be a specialist of all. That's greater generalist you are, journalist. No. So what I'm saying, COVID is very difficult to handle at this stage. This is what news says, and also WHO warning every day. It warns again and again, again and again. But there is no effect on years of countries. There is no effect on years of countries. Well, I have been saying every day, public is being taken for granted by politicians, and public itself is also being taken for granted. There have been many cases and public has careless. In every country there are cases coming up. Some people are making money out of this. When you don't know what disease is, how much way to fight with disease, what way means you are just sell your time. We have got this vaccination. We are going to get rid of this. All business tactics, means just to make money out of the situation of COVID. When you don't know what disease is, what's the root of this disease, how this is going something, just saying few symptoms, but now it applies to all organs of body. It applies to your mind, it applies to your liver, heart, everywhere. And this means something different, you can say. And you see this USA people, what craze some people, they celebrating COVID party, my God. Celebrating COVID party, calling friends and celebrating that, and one of them, 30 years of age, died in hospital because he said, oh, I thought it's hoax. COVID-19 is hoax for someone. It's not a real disease, means they enjoy like that. So what shall you call this? I don't know. It's nothing but, I can say it's madness and nothing else. Madness in the sense that you are enjoying something which should be taken care of, which should be, precautionary measures must be taken. And people are not doing that, unfortunately. England is a sleeping country, you see. Now they have decided that people should use masks, and that too in shops or in malls, and not in general. I never thought that English country, England or UK, they are so lazy people. I never even thought in my dreams that they are lazy people. I thought they are very big experts people, great people, intellectuals they must be. But see, I can't speak like that, Color doesn't mean you are intelligent, it seems. Your, your polite status doesn't mean you are intelligent. It doesn't mean that. That's something else. Same thing I say about USA, where president even did not like to wear PPE mask, and same thing. Johnson of England did not do that. So such big persons who are having responsibilities of crores of people, USA, a vast country having 33 crores people, similarly England, and if these heads of state do not take care, if they can't lead properly, means if they don't use mask, how will expect that public would use it? So reality speaking, it's very, very regretful situation that whole world have installed such leaders who are incompetent, I can clearly say. Delay of such small decisions like wearing mask, you don't think it's incompetency? It is incompetency. Not wearing mask by Trump is incompetency of Trump. He should have led nation and whole world rather than being arrogant to wear mask. And unfortunate it is. Person like Trump status who calls himself leader of world or leader of powerful country or super powerful country, I do not value him like that. I don't value Prime Minister of England like that. I don't value many other world leaders like that. Because there is not even a single world leader today who can head of a state who can say, I can claim something, I can lead. All of failure on lowest line, public is following them, public too has to say that's resulted. Cases are increasing. About 70,000 cases of infection every day are reported from USA, and our figure is going around 30,000 per day. This is the official figure. Unofficial can be just multiplied by 5 or 10, you will get real figure. Even Americans are saying these figures are not correct because tests are not being conducted. So it's happening here in our country, Bharat, India. Tests are not being conducted. This is just a drama that they are saying we are best in world. We are failure in world, and whole world is a failure in world. That's what COVID says. And this news, which is very horrifying, that forget SARS. There are many SARSs in this field, in this region. SARS is nothing. It impacts on respiratory system, it impacts on your brain system, it impacts on your heart system, it impacts on any or whatever part of your body. That is very horrifying news. So don't expect that even after having recoveries, even after being we have recovered. We have recovered from some symptoms, not from having good health. You have not recovered from bad health. This can continue to impact you in future. You don't know in what way, how it will, but it will take time. What's your time in future? It can come back, and not only those who are recovered, it can come to all, including myself and everybody. I should say, be careful. Change your habits, that's true. They always say change your habits, and it's not bad to change habits. Habits means nothing is permanent in this world, we know. Everything has to go one day. And when everything has to go one day, why should we worry about that? We have to shake hand, or we have to namaste, or we have to say hi, warning. It's up to you to decide what way, because in past also I never like to shake hands, and whenever particularly I used to shake hands with foreigners and our people, eventually I used to go to bathroom and wash my hands. I knew there could be infection because particularly these people consume non-vegetarian and food, so I used to clean my hands, wash my hands many times just after meeting them. This was my habit to see. I was just having general habit, not particularly based on COVID, but that time there was no COVID. But that habit was not bad, it was a requirement. And now see, it's official. And really, it means people have to take care. Means if you are not taking, you are so slackened. You are becoming enemy of society, enemy of family. I am simply saying, if you are not wearing mask or not taking care how to protect yourself, same thing applies to many other uses. Whatever I used to think, it has come again and again, coming back all that. So you have to change standard of life. You have to postpone, you have to prorogue, you have to defer comforts for a while if you want to get one. And pollution related news are there. Because of pollution, it will come and come and come again and again and again. That's where it is. So there are so many news every day, we cannot give everything. I can only say that around 1.5 billion people in fact have been impacted upon so far. News is saying something else, but fact remains that news. I can't trust news. I can't trust any news on this COVID, because every country is hiding something because they want to open economy, and open economy means business, and business is more important than COVID-19. Business has defeated COVID-19 attack, but COVID-19 is much more stronger than business. We should not forget that point. COVID-19 is God sent. It's not human sent. It's God sent, and it doesn't care for you. Whatever you do, it shall keep on working, because it says Yada yada hi dharmasya glanirvati bharate. Bharat means earth. Yada yada hi dharmasya yada hi dharmasya sorry. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanirvati bharate. Bharat means earth. Ave utthanam dharmasya tadahatmanam kavarana yaham. Praritranaaya sadhunam vinashaya shadiskartham. Dharma samsthapanarthaya sambhavami yugayuve. These 4 lines stand good for COVID. Discovery speak on those behalf, where Krishna spoke or Ram spoke or whosoever spoke. So it's COVID spoke that COVID comes to change all. And with this I close COVID-19 talk for today. Thank you very much for this talk. I remove this identification of COVID, and we continue further on this. I don't know, you will say every day I'm talking, wasting your time. You may consider that I'm wasting your time. But remember, after my death, you will remember, oh, there was a guy, useless guy, sitting early morning, wasting our time. We are wanting to sleep. Okay, we used to sleep, we recorded everything, and no problem. That person was, of course. Sometimes you think your mind says something, your heart, they say, no, you have to do that. You do that, and that is, I think, God's order sometimes. Because it's you're not doing for money, and I do not do anything for money as far as this is concerned. Life is not money alone. Life is something else. We should understand life is not alone money. Life is responsibility, and life is really understanding something. If you think life is just the money issue, then you are in wrong boat. You are not in my boat. You go to somewhere else, that boat. I don't consider life is money alone, because well, money is fine, you must have, I'm not saying that, but money cannot buy your life. But life can get money, that's another point of view. So this was our SARS durable impacts, and this we talked of, and this is all organs, COVID-19. Now we are, this got a virus, or we are going to, engineering management changes, or this is, or changes or challenges. This is organization. This is organization. That's actually, I should show like this, that's better even. Human thinking, only and resort. Then general, Corner will do later. So I am now talking of human, this engineering. So let us concentrate on that. Every day I talk of this, and it never ends, it will never end. Because mind generates something, it comes out, and we have to think. That's very important point. Do not take it for granted. If you want to take it for granted. I have a defect in me that once I am behind something, I keep myself behind that. Like, I don't know why I do that, but I do that. That's my habit. I can't change that. I take a little water for just lubricating my throat, because I did not take full tea today. I took some little tea, But no problem. Let me get some water and we talk of. This news I showed to you is very important for everybody. The URL is given in text if you want to read yourself. I put that there. On top portion of your text, you will find corona related news on 4 or 5. On first starting with that tag. There is also this URL, Italy URL. So my dear friends, life is not easy, but it's not difficult as well. Life is not easy, but it's not difficult as well as we think. Life, we say, is normal, not normal. But of course, life is abnormal, maybe to some extent, and normal to some extent. It depends upon you people. How do you consider life? Whatever we consider in this life, individually it's for one. But when we say for everybody life is different, that is correct, it's different. For me, life has one ambition. For you, life has another ambition. Everybody has. But when it comes to profession, it's come to general society, it comes to national development, or it comes to international development. You have to streamline your life into certain sector, certain parameters, certain systems. Systems means systems that either exist, those systems which exist, or systems where you can create your own. Ultimately, you have systematic approach and you have gone through systems of studies. Actually, all subjects are systems, to be very frank, which start from some point and gives you some other point at end, and which between 2 points you get whole journey of that subject, whole journey, how many chapters there may be, and that system is immense. Somewhere it is smaller, somewhere it is bigger, but it works somewhere. That point we have to understand. Sometimes we say a figure, a diagram, a map, a plan is comprehensive and it remains very important rather than speaking a lot or writing a lot. That's true. Sometimes a small sketch gives you information of so much considerations. And sometimes you can write whole book, but it does not communicate what you expected it to communicate to you. This happens because reading whole book or writing many pages, people do not prefer. They prefer some kind of documentary, or you speak to them, they listen. Listen or watch, whatever you do, you get information. Because you are not going to write that, so you feel happy with that. We got this. But you can't reproduce that. You can reproduce only that portion which either you interpreted yourself or you remember that. When such instances do, you have to think of which best way is to communicate. You talk to people or communicate with them in writing. You can, as far as talking is concerned, talking in simplified language is concerned, That is best one because everybody can understand, can listen and get something. Every person who cannot write, who cannot read, that person can also get your message. So there are many ways you can communicate with people, but you have to define yourself which one is best. Communication. Communication is major part of engineering management. Not only engineering management, but also all other managements. Communication. When we go to school, we deal with communication with our teachers. Maybe we do not understand at that age what communication means. Teachers may not explain to you because you are a kid. But fact remains that there is communication, and that communication exists between teacher and students, without which no one can study, no teacher can teach you. So communication is a bridge between teacher and student. Communication is a bridge that is by writing of books, but that one has to read. Reading is difficult. Similarly, writing is very, very difficult. But speaking using this tongue and mouth, if you know something and others understand your wording, your terms, your language, then communication is wonderful. Communication is sole part of management. If you manage successfully, this means high percentage role goes to communication, speaking. Speaking or non-speaking, you may write anything, you may do so whatever you want to say. I can say engineering management is based on communication thoroughly. Once you are an engineer, qualified one, you have a lot of capacity for communication. You do communicate, but you use those methods where least energy and time is consumed, and that is by speech. That's also communication. But we have to just assess which is best one. If I speak someone, I instruct someone do this, this is way you do this, I am sure, I would think I have communicated with that person successfully. That I think. But that recipient person whom I instructed, he may think he got information, but when he uses this information, that person may miss at least 20 to 30% or 40%. And this little gap exists, he may forget 50%. Or even some more gap exists, then he may forget 70%. In that case, he can't do work. That person whom I passed information cannot do work because of absence of complete information. That person is not competent enough to generate what I told, that I communicated. So engineering management says it's you to decide which is best. And in engineering, information is a must. Even it is drawing, one has to know how to study, how to read and understand. Everybody cannot understand. Drawing is such a communication. Some people can understand text, some people can understand its line work, or some can only understand line work, or some cannot even understand anything. Drawing is called total language in engineering. This is, we can say, language of engineering. If we can draw something, the same drawing we write for explanation without giving the drawing to that person. I don't think that person will understand that, or it will take time for that person to understand, maybe 10 times when you could show him that drawing. Well, this communication also is very important for everyone, from student and to university, everywhere. In life, in shop, you only go to shop, you communicate to buy something, and that shopkeeper gives you that. Communication works. This communication works in each and every sector of life. Even those who can't speak, can't write, they communicate by signs. That's very important point. So we can say communication is very important part of life, and particularly life of an engineer. So what should I say about engineering management? This means engineering management means one, we should know first of all how to communicate. How to communicate. It's very big point. Every person does not understand what is communication. See, explanation, talking in your way is one part. Now, I talk to you this, but I did not confirm whether or not you understood that. Okay, I talk to you, that's fine. No, I did not get confirmation that you understood this. That's another point of life. I still remember I was in Gulf countries, and I was lucky to work with many Arab world people, Arab world engineers, British engineers, and many others. You know, when you work with international people, international standards, international working people, whatever nationality they are of course world people, and everybody has different culture. Everybody was educated, had been educated, not necessarily in the same way as we have been educated. And everybody is proud of its background, and must be. Just like we have pride of our background, that our education system was like this. Particularly when I think about our education system in my time, I got admission to school in 60, yes, 60 somewhere, 61, I exactly don't remember. 61 to 71, I stayed in school. I passed my higher secondary, 11th standard in 71. Then I passed my further education in engineering in 2 stages. And today I remember, that time I could not understand. I remember that education at that time was excellent one. Not in the sense that we did not have computer or we did not have all those calculators, not that way. System, I'm talking of system. Because education is also a communication. If there is no communication either through books or through professor or through lectures or through talks or through writings or through examination or through whatever means, or by observation, by practical, by workshops, by whatever means, by visits to sites and somewhere else, all are communications. Only communication means that information must reach you. And if information does not reach you, or even if it reaches you, you don't understand, it's same thing. It doesn't reach you. You are not able to understand that. I am happy that I got that educational system, me without any cost. It's not which party or politics, so I'm not talking of politics, I'm talking of system. I'm not finding that today. I passed my school like free, same way engineering like free. Free means very little expense, and that too you got back in scholarship. Merit come means scholarship, means I was not very rich, but also not very intelligent as well. So there was another kind of scholarship other than this meritorious. I was not meritorious, I can say. This MCM scholarship is called MCM. Merit come means based on my standards of living, low economical background, I got merit. This is, you can say, MCM. Merit come means merit is involvement as well as economy, both are involved. So you can say not a good person, not a good student, just below average. Or you can say just a person to be pushed by a system to go ahead. So I was pushed by a system to go ahead. You can say that way. I was pushed by our system that I should move forward to develop in my life, and that system made me engineer. That system at that time, I can't forget this in my life, irrespective of which country, I'm sorry, which government is there. I'm talking about policies of government that time. Policies. We got freedom in 1947, and this was I'm talking of 1960, just a gap of, you can say, 13 or 14 years. People were not heavy education. Not many people were educated as engineers and doctors and others. Generally lawyers and advocates and other accountants, etc., where there is no much admission problem. And I could not get admission directly into engineering because I did not get good marks because of my lack of knowledge, or because lack of marks, whatever. Well, I don't repent on that, but I feel that had I not been given that opportunity, I would not have come up. And now it's very bad situation that education is not valued. That education system provided schools and universities in such a way of syllabus that one should go out of, once you get degree, you go out, you will certainly get some job. Certainly get some job. That was management of education, I can say, organization of education. In general studies, you can go further on higher studies, but you can't go because you don't have money you have to survive first. I am also one of those who survive first. I wanted to do further studies, but I could not do because of financial issues. You have to see your family, you have to see your siblings, you have to move further, you have to have some shelter in life. So for that, sometimes you have to sacrifice your education, and you have to support those who expect support from you. That's something different, but I am happy that something for which we have to pay millions today was free that time, and that standard was such that you would get job somewhere in your country or overseas. Some job you will get, some job, so that you can survive. So I also got a job after that. I was again lucky, you can say, that in 1974 I passed and I got a job in 1975. And of course in this period, some 4 or 5 months I had to do daily work, like daily wage worker or master role. Well, I'm just trying to inculcate into you a thought that how society is developed. First you have to develop society, then you can develop nation. And society can develop if we have good education system, affordable education system, or you can say free education system. I used to get milk in lunch or near lunch. Milk. That time. So 11 years when I got admission in, it's like a mug of milk was provided to kids, to children. I still remember I took that in 9th standard, 10th standard, and of course up to some 8th it was mandatory. I don't exactly remember that. So what I say, state should think of people, because if state does not manage, does not organize, no one can manage, no one can organize. And you should have policies that help public, because you have to make ground first. You cannot simply say we are on top, this and that, doesn't matter to me. You may have very strong, long army, powerful army, you have strong science base on top, but if I am not getting any benefit on ground, what is purpose of that top? Nothing. If I am not in this stream, cannot get benefit as I got, there is no meaning of your policy. Your policy is only for those people who can afford. I don't find that education today. That policy today. Why? Because of stupids are ruling. That's the only reason. That's the only reason. Those people who don't think for people, they are ruling in our system. I don't believe in caste. I don't believe in religion. because these are all secondary and just to make money. Make money in a sense, higher profile people in our country are having different type of activities in work. They never do hard work. Just go and see. I'm just trying to tell you because of engineering. It's a part of engineering. Social engineering. Those people who are in higher levels, like Brahmins, so-called, like Rajputs, they never do lower profile jobs. Why? Why they don't do lower profile jobs? Because they are kings. They were kings. They were like kings. Who does that job? Jobs in army, jobs in farming, jobs in building construction or construction, jobs in industries. Who do? Those people who are poor, lower profile people. This is our management of nation. This is our, you can say, echelon of our nation. Mindset is same, rubbish, irrelevant. Irrelevant. If we today classify ourselves, this is Brahmin, this is Rajput, this is whatever is there, does it work? It does not work. But still we believe that very strongly. Very strongly. And this is foolishness of society. Society can't develop like this. No one is Brahmin, no one is Rajput, no one is SC/ST. First, we are all human beings. What does, if you are Brahmin, what does matter? How does it matter? Nothing. You are happy to think that you have Brahmin. But are you really? Who is a Brahmin? A qualified engineer is a Brahmin. A qualified doctor is a Brahmin. A person who works in science is a Brahmin. A person who uses mind is a Brahmin. If you can't do that, you are not Brahmin. Brahmin means flow of mind. Brahmin is that who uses mind, who analyzes every part of problem and tries to find solution. That is Brahmin. Engineers find solutions of problems. Scientists do that. Doctors treat patients, irrespective from whatever caste they are. Caste has got no role in that. Caste is body, not mind. This is your deception that I am this caste. You are only human caste. That's what I say to those people who are moving in darkness because of the stratification of society. Society is only one, and that is human. We have to think of human, only then we can develop. No, just like racism exists in West, in America, in England, in Europe, that is no different than this. This color, that color, this color, that color. They are no different. Only function is different. Mindset is same. Still England thinks we are ruler of world, while they are not. America thinks I am superpower of world, while it's not. And we think we'll become that, we can't. What we are thinking in Bharat now? Oh, we will become Vishwaguru? Never, ever. This is imagination, complete imagination. Can never be. Remember, you don't be Vishwaguru, no need. Why do you want to be Vishwaguru? For what? First become your own guru. Make your people good. Let them do something. Let them create something. I don't know why we are not creating. We are only talking and talking. Our engineering is a failure. All this I call engineering because it is related to industry. And industry means engineering, it doesn't mean business. Business is a part of that because they make money out of that. But industry means production and engineering means production. We have to produce with quality. We are behind whole world. Whole world means that world which claim we are quality people. They are not. Claim and do are different. Claiming is very easy. You can claim anything. It doesn't mean claiming would work. In engineering, we consider every act as challenge. In engineering, every act is a challenge. Challenge, change, as I showed in this slide. Change, challenge, all that is engineering. All over the world, it's not that here only. All over the world, it is that. Challenge and change, that is called engineering. Why don't we understand that? We talk of that in seminars, we talk of that, but we do not talk that in field. We do not talk of that in field. Why? Why don't we talk that in field? Let us see what I was saying. We're talking of management, engineering. You see, we're talking of this engineering, right? The subject engineering here, engineering management, and we are talking of that. Systems, changes, organization, challenges, human thinking only, resort, okay, and channel. This is what I'm saying. So my dear, I'm talking of this. Challenges, changes, without which we are nothing. We are nothing otherwise. When we understand, we say, engineers are agents for change. That's true, we are agents for change. We are agents for change. But which change? We are agents for change, but which change? We have not defined exactly. Change means what? Change of lifestyle, change of society, change of education, change of systems, and change of acts. Change of style, change of everything. Change of living standards, changes of everywhere, life, society. Because society, we have to change, means we have to make and remake. This doesn't mean engineers change society. Engineers try to provide such development which automatically changes lifestyle, if they are supported well. Engineers make cities that provides facilities, that provides infrastructure, which society takes benefit of, and even its small city, it becomes good city, it becomes international level city, industrial city, or you can say some other kind of city like Silicon Valley, or it becomes, you can say, residential city, it becomes whatever, industrialized city, you may say whatever, and that's a change, because that change goes to every member of that society. Every member's change means benefits go to members or to nation. That change it is. It's not direct change that I go to some street and say, hey, change it. No, not that change. Changes through profession, changes through technology, changes through efficiency, changes through quantity and quality, changes through teaching of what we are doing, information what we are doing, research on each and every activity. That is engineering management. We are managing engineering and we are not managing some small item. Engineering management, you have to manage engineering. Engineering never remains constant. It moves on and on. It changes technologies, it changes systems, it changes philosophy of working, it changes planning style, it changing everything, science and science development. It's not property of mine or yours. It's profession. Profession. What does it mean? Go advance, 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 advance. Go to an extent where you can, till you live, or to your death even. You go on contributing to society. When we say engineering, it doesn't mean professional engineering. This means engineering application onto society. General society, professional society, national society, international society, everywhere. I am not talking for sake of talking. I am talking for sake of making you understand. Why do you say we are agents of change? Why do you say that we can resolve challenges? We can fight with challenges, we can dissipate challenges and convert challenges to expected benefit, to, you can say, considerable benefit those challenges bring. Because when challenges come, solutions do come. When some negative impact comes, positive also comes. Because negative and positive work together. When we write 4 and minus 4, we don't write plus 4 but we write minus 4. Plus 4 is automatically understood. It's there. So management is both. We can use engineering management to rubbish quality. That our quality is very, very bad. Yes, we can. We can destroy ourselves in quality, we can. We should understand this point very well, that life is not exactly with what we are thinking about. Life is all different. It's duty of an engineer to do engineering. Doing engineering does not mean that you have to work as an engineer. Your mind is an engineer. When you are employed, you have to use this mind for engineering, for development, for changes, for challenges, and for achievements. Achievement does not mean money. Achievement means targets. What we plan, what we fix, we have to do that. If we cannot do that, if we cannot even follow how can you create, how can you lead if you cannot follow? If you are not a follower, you cannot be a leader as well. If you are a successful leader, this means you are a successful follower as well. Because you are leader, you are follower of yourself as well. When I say I am a leader, what does it mean? Whose leader I am? Tell me, think yourself. Whose leader you are? Are you leader of myself or you are leader of whom? And I say I am a leader. And let us say I am a leader, I say. Whose leader I am? Whose leader? First I am leader myself. I am leading myself. This means there is someone in me who is my follower. That's why I am leading. I am leader as well as a follower. Because what I think, I want to do that. When I do that after thinking, that power is there in me who is being followed, who is following me. Little understand is a confusion in that. Leader must be a follower, I say, and follower has to become leader. This is what we say. This is what we say. Engineering is something most engineers do not understand. They think engineering is a package of making money. Never. Engineering is a package, of course, it's a package, but not of money. It's a package of what you know. Engineering is a package of mind. It's a package of projection of applied knowledge. If you have knowledge, we say knowledge, light of mind, light or answers to problems. Problems are dark and answers are light. If you have answers or solutions to problems, that is what is required. And that is not answers, practical answers. You have to do that, deliver that, if you are an engineer. Here, engineer doesn't mean designation engineer. I am considering engineer as philosophical person. When I say, when you ask someone, what's your aim? Nowadays, I really find very few people say, I want to become an engineer. Very few people say. I don't know reason behind that, but only reason which I understand, because the prospects of basic engineers are not good, not bright. You may say prospects are not bright. That is one reason. There are other professions, or you may say other fields where you get good money, like management or like IT sectors or administration in government. That's only measured against weight against package of a job. But is that enough? Point is that, can you live only with package, or you have, okay, everybody's package is good. Let us say everybody is MBA, everybody is IT. They are getting good packages, but from where shall they get these packages? You say we are an international company, we are getting orders from overseas, but it applies there also. From where? What for they want those jobs which you are doing? Because there are some jobs, that's why your job is required. Otherwise, there's no need. Engineering is a commitment. Engineering is, you can say, or I should say, it's something to little thing, more thing, in-depth thinking, and giving soft, giving unexpected benefits to society. Yes, engineering is a professional as far as engineering is a profession as far as its education is concerned. As far as applications are concerned, that I agree with, that engineering is a profession. Without this we cannot live, that's also true. Engineering is a profession, certainly. It's a respectable, it's elite profession. Elite in a sense, our minds are of higher level. Our minds are higher level. Higher level means education-wise, practice-wise. We imagine something, we create something, and we deliver something that was never done before. We deliver something which was never done before, and we shall not only do for a few months or years, it shall live there for unknown number of years, with guaranteed performance or real performance. Guaranteed means real performance. So you should not take engineering management in a light way. When we say we have to manage this project or a group of projects, what we think when we join that, we have to keep that rightly. Engineering is not something, sea world or was. It's, a kind of use of mind. Again I told you, use of mind, and after use of mind, do it practically. Confirm it with thought is actually applicable. It's not easy to become engineer, In general, you have to study a lot. Sciences you have to study, and many more subjects of science you have to study. And just passing of engineering education does not mean also that you are an engineer, because you are just a student and passed. It will take another 10 years or minimum 5 years to do some practical work, to start learning how to do job. That is very respectable point in itself, that you yourself have to decide which job you do, and that's not easy. I have seen many people in one profession, they are studying in engineering, and then say we want to change it next year, we want to shift to other engineering. This means they are not sure what they want to be. So in management of engineering, I would say, keep serious mind but free mind. Your mind should be free but serious. Your mind should be free in a sense that you have no enemy. You are a gentle society person and you have to serve society. Nobody can buy engineering, in fact. No one can buy engineering. There was a time where we did not information engineering, we did not have information. Like today we have. So that is a change. You can say computer world has caused this change. Going on further discussing about this, you will find more and more vistas in engineering. Well, I am not going to talk to that length. My purpose of engineering was different. Engineering has no limit, first of all. And don't think all the time when you do something that this is not my field. Engineering takes you to great heights, not you can say push into earth. Well, this engineering coverage that I am delivering to you is not general, it's very specific for civil engineering. My purpose was that for civil engineering. My purpose is not for all public. I just want to say that engineering in civil, engineers in civil, they do something for quality improvement of it. I'm not finding that here, unfortunately. I don't blame all, I blame system in this. I blame dirty politics in this. I blame habits of people in this. Once you adopt some habit or greed or avarice, you can't leave that habit so soon, because you are interested in money without doing efforts. That's what I say. Engineering is a little you can say not viable here. Now come on to some subject to soil, you know, soil which is, which is heart of engineering, without which engineering is impossible. Civil engineering is impossible. Doesn't make a difference whether or not you studied soil in your syllabus. If you studied fine, it's good. If you studied soil engineering or you studied rocks. It doesn't matter if you could not understand that thoroughly. Well, gentlemen, now talk soil. Soil, as I said, soil engineering, I'll show again, because you people forget poorly what I'm talking of. I'm talking of soil engineering, which is essential for a civil engineer. And if you do not understand that, soil engineering, or you may say, oh my God, what is this? Yes, it is here. Soil. Soil engineering soil, we are talking soil. We are talking soil. For some, soil is a dirty word. For some, it's a wonderful word. It depends upon you how you think. But soil is soil. We cannot go against that. We cannot say we can condemn it, though it's not refined or a product like we get other finishing items. If we do not understand soil, we do not understand anything. I will talk to you reports on soil, actual reports, which I have copies, and I have put that URL on text of this video. Soil URLs, there are some files, and you can download them if you wish, because I'll talk them in a few days. Now I'm talking of general specifications and covered silver in that. But soil is very important part of our lives, because some saying is also there. The soil is gold sometimes. They say that you put your money into soil and you get gold. This saying is, that's just for a joke I am saying. I'm not saying you put your money in soil and you get something. It's not, basic, it's not practical. Soil is, you can say, basis of every structure. Soil is basis of our lives. If there is no soil, I think you won't have food even. If you don't have soil, you won't have food at all. Because through soil you are getting crops and your grains. Soil gives us food through use of solar energy, water energy, and its fertility power. That food we eat and live and make our bodies. That is soil. Farmer uses soil, processes it, makes it productive, and delivers to us industrial product, agricultural product. The soil is mother of agriculture, you can say, parent of agriculture. This is property of soil in economic world. That soil means agriculture, engineering, and also soil means construction engineering, and soil means foundation engineering, and soil means everything. Soil, when I say soil, it means not only soil, also rocks, all rocks. When we say soil, this means mountains. This means landscape. Soil, if you think, I think it's very powerful material, soil. For someone it is dust, for someone. And for someone, in sun it is heat. Oh, it's desert, we don't go. It's very hot. For someone, it may be a mirage or horizon, but for common man, it's three. Soil gives me base of building, base of structure. So I should not care for soil. I should care for soil. I should respect soil. Respect in a way, whatever we work with it should be good, should be in orientation of. We know, I have seen some people, they don't care for soil and they design buildings. Many engineers, architects, both. Maybe I am one of them, who knows. I am talking only, but maybe by practice I am also same about whom I am talking. Soil is always given secondary consideration. Even if there is any consideration, if some consideration is given, second, not first. If engineer knows very good values, understands the soil, that engineer gives a better foundation than an engineer who does not have knowledge of soil. Because soil is very boring subject. It's not like the structures, RCC, or When you go in depth of soil, you will find a wealth there. Wealth not in terms of money, no. That you may get. You may get, it may be lucky, but that won't belong to you. It will belong to state. But there's another wealth, and that wealth is in form of properties of soil. What is soil? What is this thing? Soil sometimes is having many sources at same location. It took centuries for that soil to come and deposit at those locations. You may find many underneath layer of soils, many, not one, not two, many layers. You will find that, and that is where confusion starts in. Because many types of soils in one location. There may be rocks as well, or there may be water as well, water layer. And that causes a difficulty in interpretation. This means if you want to record a soil, soil at one point will be many soils. Many soils in one point. Many structural bases of soil. Let me know. Just let's my pen to be outside. It's very difficult to understand soil. Very difficult. It's not that easy. Not at all. Say soil is not easy. This means the strata of soil is not easy. I have gone through studying many borehole reports, many reports I have studied in my life. And I am lucky that I got a chance to study many reports, thick reports, not ordinary reports, and from international laboratories, which are professionally giving these reports, like history of that area. Okay, that's not necessarily, that's the routine, means one print out they give, but others practical done. And of course these terms are difficult, but reports are interesting. Those reports provide you with solid information that has to be used. Those information must be used for working out your conclusion, means reaching your conclusion, what you have to do, how you have to do. Those reports are reliable to that extent. I cannot say no to those reports. Those are good reports in that case. Those are good in that case, you can say. You will say that I'm just talking nonsense, I'm talking only at one point, I'm not moving further. Yes, you are right, I'm talking nonsense. Because soil, I should say, I can't say soil is nonsense, because if it is nonsense, you can't use it. Science is super sense. Soil is super sense. You have to respect it. Soil is, there is no guarantee in soil to verify. A soil where it looks very good, sometimes it's very bad. I I have been with my architect friends sometimes, close friends they were. Of course, everybody doesn't have no knowledge, even my engineer friends. And one of architects used to say, "But this is very good soil," because they don't understand. They say clay is very. They didn't know me. The architect didn't know that my friend didn't know the clay, because architects was different. There may be some in syllabus area, but the question is this syllabus is also in engineering, but it's question of understanding. You can say that engineering study is good as far as analysis is concerned, as far as you can say designs are concerned, calculations are concerned, but as the identification is concerned, where virtual work is concerned, you can say you are on site and you want to see real application of engineering, that is in practice. Means what happens is, I have experienced that much. Long back, some architect used to take those, come out, my friend go to site and say, I want to design that building, contractors, this and that. They used to think, okay, so design can be done like you are walking on road, and I want to buy some refreshment, I want to buy some tea or like that, or walking on road. Okay, this is design, take it as if design is sitting in my pocket, or it's in my bag. I say, okay, take this page and what. This was one time concept of architects about the designs. And they say, okay, there are thumb rules, use thumb rules. I never heard thumb rules, but they say use thumb rules. And still some young people I have seen nowadays say, okay, there are thumb rules. My dear friends, there are no thumb rules in engineering. There can be thumb rule in Britain like this or like this. That can be different people. But there is no thumb rule. There is rule, but no thumb rule. There are formula rules and there are codes rules. There are no thumb rules. And never ever think of thumb rules. Never ever think of. In whatever subject of engineering you do not use thumb rules. Not even in estimation of quantities. Forget about designs. If you have to depend on thumb rules, then why did you come to engineering? For what? You should not come to engineering. You should go somewhere else where thumb rules are respected. We have set rules and we have rules here. This is my rule. I depend on this when I don't find any help from somewhere else. If you don't find help from somewhere else, this is your help, remember. This is your help, this is your lithosphere. You will find everything from here. This is my lithosphere. My earth domain is that. I am an engineer means engineer is here. We are not here, not here, not here. It's here. It's here. And its trowel is here. Its float is here. Its seal is here. This is engineer. This is engineer and only engineer. Only engineer. If it doesn't stop here, it works. And when it stops here, you are not engineer. Engineer is brilliance. Engineer is many options together. Engineers is material. Engineers is methodology. Engineers is application of technologies. Engineers to do unknown. I read one book and I just pointed to one one sentence in paragraph. That real engineer is who keeps on thinking, longest beam, how he can do. Longest beam, can you decide? That should be basics of engineering. How many meters of beam I can design safely and economically? Well, at that time when I studied that sentence, I could not understand meaning of that. I'm not saying literal meaning, I'm saying application meaning in field. As many meters you can think of that beam. This means you think of 20 meters beam, 25 meters beam, 30 meters beam. You extend your vistas in engineering, and that means that. And if you can do that, certainly you will learn, certainly. Engineering comes from books, but only 25%. Plainly speaking. Maybe somebody speaks something else, I don't care. What I understand, even you get only 25% of engineering from your books, you are a successful student. Because engineering does not come from books. Yes, formula, theories, some applications or examples do you learn from books, but not everything. Books do not teach you how to do engineering. Books do not teach you how to handle resources. Books do not teach you how to handle problems. Books do not teach you how to reach your goal. Books do not teach you how to do works in faith. Small and small and small they teach, not considerable. Not very considerable. They teach only to that extent that you should know that this work belongs to engineering or this is engineering method. I have to do that. To that extent engineering is fine, you can say. To that extent engineering is fine. I accept. But real engineering is on practical work. If you do. As much as you practice, you improve your knowledge. As I said, books are text. And you are a student. You are not interested in studies, but because you have to pass your study. Hardly 1 or 2% of students only got some ambitions. Otherwise, all others just pass time. Okay, I must have passed, that's it. Because most of them are contracting families, they belong to contracting families, or they belong to consultants' families, or they have some background where education is required for some purpose, or they have to augment value of their market for matrimonial purpose. Nothing wrong with that. Everybody has a right. But those people who have some ambition, some goal engineering, I am talking of those. I am not talking of, scrap. I am talking of brilliance. Engineering, again I say, delivery of value added quality product. Delivery of that, right product. It's essential. But cost, you have to think. It costs. Your house is constructed with quality is a question mark. This whatever flyover you are using, does it really have quality is a question mark. Who can answer That engineer who worked on that was not available. And maybe you don't find in your lifetime, but we need quality. And quality means quality systems. Systems and systems, sum of systems, system quality equal to quality. When we have mindset of quality, we can understand every chapter. Those people who do not want to do quality work should not join engineering. Simple. Do not insult engineering and insult profession. If you are using engineering for money making, or you are working in government and abusing engineering, or you are working in private sector, you are abusing engineering, better avoid engineering. You are not suitable for engineering development. Because you are yourself as tool to politicians, you are yourself tools to crime, to contractors, better don't do that. But you will not, you won't accept that, I know. You will spoil everything in the name of engineering. It's being done. It's being done. You think in our country there are no engineers? Thousands of engineers. Both in government and in private sector. See quality. This is my challenge. Quality. Well, it's difficult. I should not criticize everything in one talk. I keep criticizing this gradually, because my objective is to retain good quality. Quality does not exist. I want to see work with quality. That's my purpose. That's why I'm talking. Engineering management. If there is management, means you will get quality management or organization. We don't have engineering organization, in fact. We don't have. We have staff. We have organization chart. But we don't have organization. So that is the real fact of life. I'll now jump onto materials specifications. Just for a few minutes, I can say, let me see where's that specification, because that is Qatar specification. This general specification is very important, because if you don't have general specification, there is no meaning of, having other specifications. That's my, what happened to this? It's not working. Yeah. Let's say yes. It's going. What's the problem? Yeah. Testing of materials. We are now at contractors' facilities, I think. Building demolition. No, I was not here. I'm wrong. I think I was setting out. Yes, that's right. Sorry. Okay, now we'll go to, this is part 13, setting out of works. In this one, page 136, setting out of works. Mine setting out my throat also. I don't know why I'm feeling so thirsty. I don't understand. I'm getting on normal water. I'll let it this way. Setting out works. I am in general now, setting out of works. In this general, then scope, site information and inspection. And then, the call of friend please. Then site information, site inspection, labels and reference grid, temporary benchmarks, site grid, site surveys, setting out of work site on private land. Now, what is setting out of works general? This part specifies requirements for setting out of works and includes locating existing services. That's very important. Setting out of works, and that includes locating existing services, surveying site and establishment of temporary benchmarks, existing services right to order level to be taken at any time or a time considered necessary for full and proper supervision and measurement of work. Related sections and parts as are follows. That's part 11, engineer site facilities. Now, site information and inspection. Site information and inspection. Before commencing setting out of works, contractor shall ascertain location of all existing underground services within site boundary. Contractor shall prepare a plan detailing location of services. This is existing services, which is very important part where you want to start site. It's very, you can say, dangerous work, you can say, existing services. What a conflict between existing services and part of proposed works should be brought to attention of engineer without delay, and rework resulting from contractor's failure to locate and identify services shall be undertaken at contractor's cost. Location of services, existing services, is a big question mark here, and particularly it's a risky item which contractor generally is not aware of services. It's not necessary that every city manages well or every country manages well existing services. It's a very big, difficult question, because in those days when development was done, nothing was, you can say, systemized. Nothing. Very few. Only in some organized sectors. When we do some project, it's our duty to record existing services, and when we apply for building permit, and then it's given on permit, you have to take completion or occupation of that. That's right. This means completion means you must record all services, or all services, not only services, all works done. Means what actually you have done, you have to record. Means whatever was there in plan, that is originally that's of approval, that's design, but what you actually did, even if design you followed, you have to record that. So that purpose, every services, whatever you provide must also be recorded, and that must be with sanctioning authority, permit authority. So when we start some site, we must understand this point. And whatever site was constructed before, it must have some record. And where is that record? That's the point. Where is that record? If so, it is. Where is that? With whom it is? If it is government building or even it's private building, there must be some record. We cannot go to owner and say, give us record, because we don't know examples. And maybe owner has got nothing about that. So if we have a system, past system, if there was no system in past, then we do not expect anything. But if there is a system working somewhere in your identification or how many members in house do, if you know that this record is available there, simply tell them. Here this condition says that contractor has to make plan. If services are not clear, where services exist, water service, sewage service, electrical service, fire water, let it be there. Where would have these services come in? These won't come anywhere because we do not know. So if you do not know the location of those services, my dear friends, this clause of site information inspection is very important for you. Do not take it lightly. That's why I'm a little silent. Don't take it lightly. It's very difficult clause. And if you are going to do work in very critical area where there is some industry or plant around, and maybe below your plot that service running which you are not aware of, or there can be whatever else service running which you are not aware of. That point is very important, though it's not given in this clause. Practically, it's very important point. I don't know why people do not understand this. I still remember one instance in my life. This was a Qatar petroleum project, and which I was doing, and there was, I still remember that instant. It was 2004, I believe. 2004. Yes, 2004. I was in charge of one not very big project, called record center, electronic record center of Qatar Petroleum in Doha, Masai. In that plot, we started work. There was a chamber in that area, manhole they used to call it. It was actually, I think, rainwater, another was what. It was to be shifted from there. It was to be shifted out, moved out from there, and we could not do that. Because it is government property, it was property of water supply, I think water supply, yes, yes. It is probably a water supply department. And that QP engineer, QP in charge, advised me, warned actually, not only advised, that don't take it easily. He told me, don't take it easily. It's Qatar, and you if you think you just go and apply for this and sit at home or in your office, you can't do it. Well, I could not understand the means. He told me secretly that you follow yourself better, don't depend upon someone else. Well, I got it. I still remember, for that small chamber, small manhole, just to take permission of removal, I had to go to that office at least 50 times. 50 times, just remember. From there to drive to their office, which is about 20 kilometers from there. And I was surprised. Of course, they treated very well, everybody. No, don't come to sit down, please, we'll come to you. You are our customer, because we had to pay to them as well for this service. I remember 50 times, about 50 days I've been there, not continuously, I mean alternative days, or twice a week, thrice a week, like that, or sometimes 2 or twice a day, depending upon how the application worked. But I got it done successfully, because at that point where this chamber was located, we had to start service building of that project. Otherwise, we could not do that. What I am saying, we have to be sometimes smart enough to understand these kinds of problems practically, because nobody would tell us that you feel so much problems. So in this case, when we say existing services come in our way, we have to make sure what services are these. If there is no tag there is no indicator there, we have to write to all departments, water supply, sewage, electrical, or telephones, or whatever, fire, civil defense, whatever service you think, or to all departments. There's a clause in contract that we have to write to all government departments who are expected to have those details or those records. We should get the records if we are not clear. And once we get those records, then we have to see what exists where, and we have to find all those services. And if there's no restrictions, no, you can say, when you're working with them, they too are two freedoms, they are not very busy people. They can afford, but because we are from contracting company, we have not much time to waste on that. So you have to follow up after you submit your application, and you must get those details. And after getting those details, or details in form of drawings, they'll give you drawings, they'll charge for that. And you have to see what exactly on site it is. And then you have to see if it's coming on your work, and you have to write them how to do, whether you have to divert, what you think, you advise us what to divert. That's what for every service you have to write. That's very important. And once you get that service done, you have complete information, and that you make the information site by excavating and drawing one figure, one meters, like that. After that, once we get to the information, then we have to write to those departments what to do, tell us, and whatever do, we have to do that. and then finish it. So it says that in this paragraph, that's why I hold this paragraph. Before commencing setting out of works, contractor shall ascertain location of all existing underground services within site boundary. Contractor shall prepare a plan detailing location of services. Conflict between existing services and part of proposed works shall be brought to attention to engineer without delay. Or rework resulting from contractor's failure to locate and identify services shall be undertaken at consumer's cost. And it's a contractor's cost. Site inspection. Now, before commencing setting out of works, contractor and engineer shall make an inspection of site. Where appropriate, engineer shall require contractor to arrange for surveys to be undertaken in conjunction with owners or occupiers of conditions of roads, properties, land and crops which may be affected by works. All right then. Now what to do? Now where appropriate, engineer shall require contractor to arrange for surveys to be undertaken in conjunction with owners or occupiers of conditions of roads, properties, lands and crops which may be affected by works. Before any work affecting such roads, before any work affecting such roads, properties, lands or crops is commenced, contractor shall confirm in writing to engineer that relevant survey is a true survey through and accurate roads of their conditions. Labels and reference grade. Temporary benchmarks. Temporary benchmark. Contractors shall establish accurate temporary benchmarks on permanent blocks from which level to which works are to be constructed may be transferred. Location, temporary benchmarks shall be agreed with engineer. Level of temporary benchmarks shall be related to Qatar national height datum. Contractor shall prepare a plan detailing location of benchmarks and temporary benchmarks and keep it up to date for duration of contract. Contractor shall protect and maintain temporary benchmarks until works are complete. Upon completion of works, contractor shall clear away all temporary benchmarks. After that, after when contractor is responsible for checking accuracy of temporary benchmarks, rework resulting from incorrect or inaccurate temporary benchmarks shall be undertaken at contractor's cost. Site grid. Site grid. See, these are very practical points, that's why I'm talking a little slow. When it's requirement of project, documentation or unless otherwise notified by engineer, contractor shall establish a site grid. Orientation of site grid shall be determined by layout of proposed works as agreed by with engineer. Alright, surveying and assaying, citing with required project documentation, unless otherwise notified by engineer, contractor shall establish site grids. Orientation of site grid shall be determined by the layout of proposed works and as agreed by the engineer. Grid spacing shall be 20 meters in each direction. Okay. So we can say 20 meters each direction unless otherwise notified by engineer. Grid spacing shall be 20 meters each direction unless otherwise notified by engineer, or grids to be shown on drawings which you followed. Now grids notation shall be numerical in one direction, x, y, x-axis and y-axis both. Grid shall be tied to national Qatar national grid. An existing station related to Qatar national grid would be very well. Surveying now, site survey. You will think why I am so slow. Yes, I am slow because this is site work. You can't run fast. Contractor shall provide site survey and correctness of that survey. Okay. Let's do further now. Surveying. Surveying, and that is contractor shall provide site survey and correctness of that survey shall be entirely contractor's responsibility. Survey is very slow job and very important job. Site survey shall comply with requirements of Qatar survey manual as a minimum. Site survey shall comply with requirements of Qatar's general manual, and contractor shall within 3 weeks of date of commencement of works carry out a check of coordinates and labels of permanent monuments, benchmarks and surveys markers used in determination of site survey model and proposed to be used for setting out of works. Setting out of works. Contractor shall carry out at his own cost setting out of works. Contractor shall be responsible for true and proper settings out of works in relation to reference data given in project documentation, accurately setting out positions, levels and dimensions of all parts of works. Whatever delay or loss resulting from errors in setting out of work shall be responsibility of contractor. Setting out shall be reviewed by engineer before commencing works, but such approval shall in no way relieve contractor of responsibility for correct execution of work. Contractor shall provide measuring and recording equipment for engineer in accordance with relevant provisions of Part 11 of this section. Engineer site facilities contractor shall maintain all measuring and recording equipment in good working order all times. Contractor shall provide all assistance which engineer may require for checking, setting out and taking measurements of works, including labor, equipment and transportation. Setting out of work sited on private land. Contractor shall notify engineer in writing 14 days in advance of his intention to set out any parts of works that lies in private land. Contractor shall ensure that all requirements and instructions of private land owners are strictly adhered to. Now, it's now temporary works. Temporary works and equipment. Temporary works is general, temporary works and temporary equipment, certificates for cranes, testing certificates, cranes and lifting tackle, and that is general. Now what is that? Scope. This part specifies requirements of temporary works required in connection with construction of works and temporary plant and equipment required in connection with aiding the construction of works. It doesn't include overpumping activities in respect of sewers and drains. Related parts and sections are quality assurance and quality control, health and safety. Quality controlling temporary works and equipments covered in section 2 is quality assurance and quality control. Now what temporary works general is everything used for and connection with temporary work shall be fit for purpose in serviceable condition and in compliance with whatever relevant standard. Contractor shall design his temporary works to be adequate to be of adequate strength, stability and suitability. Contractor shall submit details of whatever temporary works proposed to engineer for review before commencing. Such details shall include but not be limited to design, calculations and drawings. Submission to engineer of such details shall not relieve contractor of responsibility for sufficiency of temporary works or of other duties and responsibilities under contract. Contractor is responsible for ensuring that temporary works are not in any way detrimental to existing structures in any way. Particular care shall be taken with scaffolding to avoid staining or mechanical damage to finishings. Contractor shall make safe and reinstate all areas affected by temporary works and equipment. Temporary equipment, which general is. Contractor shall provide and maintain in good condition on site all plant tools and vehicles necessary for proper and safe execution of works. Temporary equipment shall be fit for purpose for which they are to be used. Temporary equipment shall only be operated by personnel who are trained and qualified. Test certificates for cranes and lifting tackle. The general is cranes, whether used to construct works or provided as part of permanent works, must have a current test certificate. Each sling, shackle or other item of loose lifting tackle, whether used in construct works or provided as part of permanent works, must have either a current test certificate. Test certificate must be issued by competent testing authority approved by engineer. Contractor must have a copy of each test certificate on site available for inspection by engineer. The following standards and code of practice shall be complied with where such documents are replaced or superseded. Contractor shall comply with latest version of the document. Mobile and tower cranes BS 1757, BS 2799 and CP 3010. Overhead cranes BS 466 and BS 5744. Single slings BS 1290, BSEN 1492, ISO 4309, 3481 and Part 2 ASME B30.9. Chain blocks BS 32843, shackles alloy BS 3551, BS 6994, chain that is BS 4942, Part 1 and 6. Hooks BS 2903, ASME B30.10. Ring and link BS 2902. A monthly inspection of lifting appliances shall be carried out by a competent person employed by contractor. Full records of all such inspections and tests shall be kept by contractor in an approved format and be made available to engineer immediately upon demand. Copies of monthly inspection reports shall be submitted to engineer. Temporary controls, general in scope. Temporary controls: construction, cleaning, dust control, noise, nuisance and trespass, pollution control, surface water and groundwater control, environment protection. What is in this temporary control? This part specifies contractor's responsibility with respect to temporary controls needed product works and environment. Related sections and parts are as follows, and that is Part 5, interference, temporary controls, construction cleaning, that is say, and dust control, then noise control, nuisance and trespass, and then pollution control, surface water and groundwater control, and then temporary controls, environment controls, and mine protection. So we are talking of construction cleaning, and that is contractors shall be responsible for proper upkeep and maintenance of site and works, and shall remove from site all rubbish and other waste as it accumulates. Materials and equipment shall be positioned, stored and stacked in an orderly manner. Proper constructed rubbish chutes shall be used for cleaning debris from upper floors. Debris shall be accumulated in suitable predetermined areas and removed from site as often as is practical. On completion of works, whatever protective tape or other temporary coverings should be removed, and internal and external surface of structure be thoroughly cleaned to completely remove all dust, dirt, stains, hand marks, paint, spots, plaster, mortar, toppings, and other blemishes. Dust control. Contractor shall conduct operations and activities in such a manner that no operation shall be included which will emit into atmosphere any flying dust or dirt which might constitute a nuisance. Noise. Contractor shall restrict use of plant machinery, equipment, and work practices likely to produce unacceptable noise levels to normal working hours. Nuisance and trespass. All reasonable means shall be used to avoid inconveniencing owners and occupiers of adjacent properties. All plant machinery or equipment shall be placed and used on site so as to avoid any nuisance or trespass on adjoining properties. Should it be necessary for any plant, machinery or equipment to project or operate over adjoining property, contractor shall obtain permission of adjoining owner or occupiers. Details of approval shall be submitted to engineer in writing. No workman employed on works shall be allowed to trespass upon adjoining properties. If in execution of works it is necessary for contractor to enter adjacent properties, he shall firstly obtain permission of owners of property. Contractor shall ensure that only instructions made by owner of properties are strictly adhered to. Contractor shall be held responsible for and shall indemnify employer against all claims which may arise out of failure to comply with provisions of items 1, 2, 3, and 4 of clause 115.4. Then pollution control 115.5. Contractor shall ensure that none of his operations or work practices result in pollution of air, underground strata, or whatever existing water course, canal, lake, reservoir, borehole, or aquifer. Contractor shall rectify whatever problem resulting from pollution caused by contractor to satisfaction of engineer. Contractor will be held responsible for and shall indemnify owner against all claims in connection with noise, vibration, dust, smoke, diesel spillage, and whatever other nuisance arising from execution of works. surface water and ground control. This is 15 to 6 surface water and ground control. Contractor shall keep work well drained until engineer certifies that whole of works are substantially complete, and shall ensure that so far as is practicable all work is carried out in that dry. Excavated areas shall be kept well drained and free from standing water. This is surface water and ground water control. Contractor shall construct, operate and maintain all temporary dams, water courses and other works of all kinds, including pumping and well point dewatering that may be necessary to exclude water from works while construction is in progress. Then you can say contractor shall construct, operate and maintain all temporary dams, water courses and other works of all kinds, including pumping and well point dewatering that may be necessary to exclude water from works while construction is in progress. Such temporary works shall not be removed without approval of engineer. Notwithstanding any approval of engineer of contractor's arrangements for exclusion of water, contractor shall be responsible for sufficiency thereof and for keeping works safe at all times, particularly during periods of rainfall that may result in flooding. Any damage to works is arising through contractor's failure to provide sufficient protection against water, including flooding, shall be made good at his own expenses. It's contractor's responsibility to dispose of. It's contractor's responsibility to dispose of all extracted groundwater, and it is contractor's responsibility to dispose of all extracted groundwater and collected surface water. Contractor shall submit details of his proposed disposal methods to engineer for approval. Discharge of groundwater and of surface water to existing drainage facilities shall only be permitted if written approval is given by Public Works Authority and or concerned other authorities. Copies of such approvals shall be submitted to engineer. After that, its contract's responsibility to dispose of all extracted groundwater and collected surface water. Contractor shall submit details of his proposed disposal methods to engineer for approval. Discharge of groundwater and surface water to existing drainage facility shall only be permitted if written approval is given by Public Works Authority and concerned other authorities. Copies of such approvals shall be submitted to engineer. Contractors take all necessary precautions to avoid flotation of structure. Contractor shall ensure that its groundwater controls activities do not adversely affect any existing structure or service. Environmental protection. Contractors shall comply with all conditions of environment clearance as issued for protection by Supreme Council for Environment and Natural Reserves. Contractor shall comply with all rules and regulations rules and regulations. Contract shall comply with all rules and regulations regarding environmental protection and pollution control issued by Supreme Council of Environmental and Natural Resources, and that is temporary controls. Now we go to traffic diversion. Traffic diversion. Scope, conformance, safety description, traffic police requirements, temporary traffic diversion, general requirements, maintenance of traffic flow. What is traffic diversion? General. This part specifies requirements associated with traffic diversions. Traffic diversions include work on in or affecting use of roads, footpaths and rights of ways, and many compromise construction and maintenance of paved and unpaved detour. Come on, this part specifies requirements associated with traffic diversions include provoking or affecting use of roads, footpaths and rights of ways, and many comprise construction and maintenance of paved and unpaved detour carriageways, including all earthworks and provision of adequate drainage, lighting, signposting, street furniture and traffic control devices. Retailed related sections and parts are the production part 4 with section part 4. Now, conformance. Signs, controls and control devices associated with traffic diversions shall conform to relevant provisions of traffic control at roadworks produced by Ministry of Public Works, latest edition version, and shall be to approval of Traffic Police and Public Works Authority. Safety. Contract is responsible for all safety issues associated with installation, operation, maintenance and removal of traffic diversions. Contract shall provide lighting in accordance with relevant provisions of Part 4 of this section. Protection. System description. Where diversion of any existing road, footpath or public right of way is temporary and necessitated by works, contract shall provide and maintain an alternative which shall be operational before interference with existing facility. Temporary traffic control devices as well as other certain traffic management requirement shall be erected and maintained by contractor for duration of whatever activity shall submit Now, when I say system description, where diversion of existing road, footpath, public right of way is temporarily necessitated by works, contract shall provide, maintain alternative which shall be obviously operational before interference with existing facility. Temporary traffic control device as well as some other traffic management device requirements shall be erected and maintained by contractor for duration of whatever activity affecting use of roads, footpaths and right of ways. Traffic police requirements. Before whatever work in or affecting use of whatever road, footpath and right of way is commenced, contractor's proposed method of working shall be agreed with and confirmed in writing to engineer and traffic police. Throughout execution of works and maintenance period, contractor shall cooperate with traffic police concerning works in or access to roads, footprints and rights of ways. Contractor shall inform engineer of whatever requirement or arrangements made with traffic police. Temporary traffic diversions, general requirements, that's an important point. Input of light, I think better, input of light, why use light? Why use light? Contractor shall prepare detailed plans showing all proposed traffic diversions. Plan shall fully detail diversion in all respects. And shall include construction details if required, necessary. Plan shall show position of ramps, traffic signs, cones, barriers, demarcation posts and tape, flashing lights and some other traffic control devices. Plans shall be submitted to engineer for review and be approved by traffic police. Traffic diversion apparatus shall not be erected until traffic police have reviewed and approved traffic diversion plans. Persons acting as flagsmen shall be physically and mentally qualified, trained in their duties and courteous. Each flagsman on duty shall be identified with appropriate and distinctive apparel approved by engineer and equipped with bilingual stop-go signs. Stop-go signs. Reflective apparel is required for flagging duties during darkness. Where paved carriageways, unpaved carriageways or ramps are required, they shall be provided and maintained to a standard suitable in all respects for classes of traffic or pedestrians requiring use of them. On completion, all traffic diversions works and apparatus shall be removed and land affected by them reinstated to its original condition. Maintenance of traffic flow. Contractor shall allow for construction of temporary diversion to permit all existing traffic movements for duration of contract period. All diversions shall be constructed in accordance with latest version of Qatar traffic manuals. Traffic controls at roadworks booklet and Qatar highway design manual, and shall be approved prior to implementation of both engineer and traffic police. It's contractor's responsibility to ensure that certain traffic diversion required. If any traffic diversion required is property signed, demarcated, illuminated, controlled and maintained at all times. Now, it is Complex's responsibility to ensure that whatever traffic diversion required is properly signed, demarcated, illuminated, controlled, and maintained all times. Upon engineer's request, contractor shall install and commission temporary traffic signals capable of handling diverted traffic. Sequential arrows boards operating on 24 hours basis, engine or solar powered, must be used at all diversion points. Within limits of project where pedestrian traffic is present, all excavated areas, regardless of depth, must be cordoned off by means of wired mesh panels of height no less than 1.8 meter connected together to form a continuous barrier wall. Whilst now leave it here because it's now project coordination. I'll take up later on now. I'll move to other one, and that is, I think we should move to FIDIC because I want to cover a lot in FIDIC. So we are using for soil engineering, we are done, so that's FIDIC. Now we are moving to FIDIC, I can say. We'll take coordination tomorrow. So I am moving to FIDIC here. FIDIC. FIDIC 2017. This is, we are going to study this silver. FIDIC silver FIDIC silver FIDIC silver, which is EPC or turnkey, that one. Let me open this file and we'll start. This is already available in my text. You can go and see. For my convenience, I am going to open this. For you, you can open anytime. It's up to you. I'm not. No problem with that. This is available in. If you go to text of video, you'll find many URLs there, and also silver URL is also there. You can find it very easily without any problems. Still opening, some problem in opening. Contractor we have talked of. Now we are talking of. We talked of contractor representative. Now we are talking of subcontractors. We talked of contractors yesterday. We talked about contractors till yesterday, and now we are going to talk of subcontractors. What are these? And I can do water also before. Subcontractors and contractors. EPC contractor, when you say EPC contractor means what? Main contractor. EPC contractor means design plus procurement plus construction plus maintenance and everything. And similarly we have here further junior people, junior organizations who report to EPC contractor. That is called subcontractor, and those may be in same capacity of EPC, that is design, procurement, construction, or maybe in only construction capacity. It depends on engineer and contractors. EPC contractor, let us consider what this is. It depends. Designers, if this EPC contractor employs the designer as subcontractor, which also called subcontractor, services subcontractor. Let us understand. We have talked of contractors, EPC contractors, which are big guns as contracting companies. They are not only companies. EPC is a big one because design is involved. Technologies are involved, and in some cases even licensings are involved. Licensings of technology. EPC is a big vista. Engineers haven't understood this well thoroughly. It depends upon person to person how to understand something. Where total EPC exists, first of all, and that too in lump sum cases. EPC means lump sum. Yes, it can be different, but it is generally lump sum basis. No item rate. No item rate. Items could be EPC if required, but that's so difficult. A total project EPC means you have no help. You have no help of variation. You have no help of variation of quantities. It's absolute which you agree based on documents provided to you. We can provide whatever information we have, but documentation is not done by EPC. Difficulty on EPC for everybody. Problems do exist, but understanding is required. The lump sum EPC means quantities is not employer's responsibility. Quantity responsibility goes to EPC contractor. And for support they are going to BOQ, just to say we don't need it. Yes, here, what I say, engineering, procurement and construction is a total responsibility. Engineering, okay, so design, okay, fine, agreed. Design is not related to quantity. Procurement relates to quantity and technology and materials, but construction involves quantity. What except quantity is your responsibility to compute. And what items are required in that, it's EPC's responsibility to put. If items are missed or quantities are not exact as contractor does in hurry or just to win contract, there can be blunders in EPC. Contracting company can cause blunders. Really, it happens. Therefore, quantity surveying or quantity engineering is a very big domain there that helps for tenders. You simply cannot say software will calculate. No, don't say that. Software won't work for you. You have to work yourself. Question is, can you find quantities? Question's answer is yes. But from where? Quantities can be computed out only from drawings, details. We cannot take imaginary quantities. That is a major point here. And if design drawings are not available, if items are not available, if the specifications are not available in time, quantification becomes adequate. It's very important because cost depends upon quantity. And if contractor loses, he loses a lot there. Because on big projects, big quantities. If you lose one item, it can be millions of dollars. It means that Your machines are big, cars are big, everything is big. But when a quantifying machine comes, calculates first. Okay. We move now to subcontractors. Subcontractors is very important part. Now we have to understand what we are talking about. I will explain later on about EPC because it's very until you understand all this you cannot understand anything. That's also a fact. Yeah, was like 1 hour, right? Was saying 1 hour, I don't know. Or saying 1 hour. What was the reason behind that? Sometimes I find lot of interest in this kind of talks because it doesn't give me pleasure. It reminds me of my past. That's also very important. It's not question of pleasure. Now, subcontractors 4.4 contractor shall not contractor shall not subcontract. It says instruction contractor. A works with a total accumulated value greater than percentage stated in contract data. What is this? Let me see. Oh, 1 minute, please. Just a minute. Let me just on. Okay, guys, let's start. Contract shall not subcontract. There's a limit on this is mentioned here. A works with a total accumulated value greater than percentage stated in contract data. If contract price is stated in contract agreement, if no such percentage is stated, whole of works, or B whatever part or whichever part of works for which subcontract is not permitted as stated in contract data. Now, contractors shall be responsible for works of all subcontractors for managing, and coordinating all subcontractors' works, and for acts of defaults of certain subcontractor and subcontractors' agents or employees as if they were acts or defaults of EPC contractor. Where specified in contract data, contractor or EPC contractor shall give a notice to employer not less than 28 days before. Where specified in contract data, contractor shall give a notice to employer not less than 28 days before. 1. intended appointments of a subcontractor with detailed particulars which include subcontractor's relevant experience, or you may say pre-qualification, intended commencement of subcontractor's work, that's time, and intended commencement of subcontractor's work on site. Now, nominated subcontractors 4.5, nominated subcontractors. In this subclause, nominated subcontractor means a subcontractor named as such in employer's requirements, or whom employer under subclause 13.4 provisional sums instruct contractor to employ as a subcontractor. Now 451, objection to nomination. EPC contractor shall not be under any obligation to employ a nominated subcontractor whom employer instructs and against whom contractor raises a reasonable objection by giving a notice to employer with detailed supporting particulars no later than 14 days after receiving employer's instruction. An objection shall be deemed reasonable if it arises from, among other things, either of following matters, unless employer agrees to indemnify contractor against and from consequences of matter. What are those? A. There are reasons to believe that subcontractor does not have sufficient competence, resources, or financial strength. B. Subcontract does not specify that nominated subcontractor shall indemnify contractor against and from whatever negligence or misuse of goods by nominated subcontractors, agents and employees, or subcontract does not specify that for subcontracted work, including designs if required, nominated subcontractor shall 1. Undertake to contractor such obligations and liabilities as will enable contractor to discharge contractor's corresponding obligations and liabilities under contract, and indemnify contractor against and from all obligations and liabilities arising under or in connection with contract and from consequences of whatever failure by subcontractors to perform these obligations or to fulfill these liabilities. Now 452, payments to nominated subcontractors. Payment to nominated subcontractors. Contractor shall pay to nominated subcontractors amounts due in accordance with subcontract. These amounts plus other charges shall be included in contract price in accordance with subparagraph B of subclause 13.4, provisional sums, except as stated in subclause 453. Evidence of payments. Before making an interim payment under subclause 14.7, Interim payment, which includes an amount payable to a nominated subcontractor. Employer may request contractor to supply reasonable evidence that nominated subcontractor has received all amounts due in accordance with previous interim payments. It says, employer may request contractor to supply reasonable evidence that nominated subcontractor has received all amounts due in accordance with previous interim payments by employer. Less applicable deductions for retention or otherwise, unless contractor A submits this reasonable evidence, or B satisfy employer in writing that contractor is reasonably entitled to withhold or refuse to pay these amounts, and 2 submits to employer reasonable evidence that nominated subcontractor has been notified of contractor's entitlement. Then employer may, at employer's sole discretion, pay directly to nominated subcontractor part or all of such amounts included in previous payments, less applicable deductions as are due to nominated subcontractor, and for which contractor has failed to submit evidence described in subparagraph A and B above. Thereafter, the employer shall give a notice to contractor stating amount paid directly to nominated subcontractor by employer and in next interim payment after this notice shall include this amount as a deduction under subparagraph B or subclause 14.6.1 notice of interim payment. 4.6 Cooperation. Cooperation. देखो मानते क्यों नहीं क्या मुझे तंग कर रखा है। Contractor shall, as specified in employer's requirement or as instructed by employer, cooperate with and allow appropriate opportunities for carrying out work by A. employer's personnel, and B. whatever else other contractors employed by employer and personnel of whatever legally constituted public authorities and private utility companies who may be employed in carrying out on or near site of whatever work not included in contract. Such appropriate opportunities may include use of contractors' equipment, temporary works, access arrangements, which are responsibility of contractor, and other contract facilities or services. Contractor shall be responsible. Once I repeat previous one because maybe you forget. Who may be employed? Those people I am talking of means employees, persons, other contractors, personnel of legally constituted public authorities and private companies. Who may be employed in carrying out on the near site of whatever one. So we got that who may be employed in carrying out on the side of whatever work not included in contract. Such appropriate opportunities may include use of contractors' equipment, temporary works access arrangements which are responsibility of contractor and or other contractors, facilities or services on site. Contractors shall be responsible for contractors' construction activities on site and shall use all reasonable endeavors to coordinate those activities with those of other contractors to extent what required specified employers' equipments requirements are as instructed by engineer. Okay, son. Now setting out. Wait a minute, if contractor suffers delay, if contractor suffers delay on or incurs cost as a result of an instruction under subclass to extend, if any, what completion allowance or opportunity of coordination was unforeseeable, having regard to that specified in employer's requirements, contractor shall be entitled, subject to subclass 20.2, claims for payment and or EOT extension of time to EOT and of payments of such cost plus profit. Now 4.7 setting out. Contractor shall set out work in relation to items of reference under subclass 2.5, site data and items of reference. Contractor shall verify accuracy of all these items of reference before they are used for works. Rectify errors in items of reference, positions, labels, dimensions, or alignments of works, and be responsible for correct positioning of all parts of works. So setting out means same. 4.8 health and safety obligations. Health and safety obligations, HS obligation. We have gone through, again we go through this. No problem, this is not big. I think it's just 40 minutes more. Health and safety obligations. There are so many points. Let's say contractor shall comply with all applicable health and safety regulations and laws. B. Comply with all applicable health and safety obligations specified in contract. C. Comply with all directives issued by contractor's health and safety officer appointed in the subclause 6.7 health and safety of personnel. D. Take care of health and safety of all persons entitled to be on site and other places where works are being executed. The E. Keep site works and other places where works are being executed clear of unnecessary obstructions so as to avoid danger to these persons. Provide fencing, this F, providing fencing, provide fencing, lighting, safe access, guarding and watching of one works until works are taken over. Under clause 10, employers take over. And 2, parts of works, all parts of work where contractor is executing outstanding works or remedying defects during DNP, defects notification period. And G, provide temporary works including roadways, footways, guards and fences which may be necessary because of execution of work for use and protection of public and of owners and occupiers of adjacent land and property. Within 20 days of commencement date, within 20 days of commencement date and before commencing any construction on site, contractor shall submit to employer for information a health and safety manual which has been specifically prepared for works. Site and other places if any one where and it says what it says I know within 21 days of commencement date and before commencing construction on site, contractor shall submit to employer for information a health and safety manual which has been specifically prepared for works, site and other places where contractors intends to execute works. This manual shall be in addition to whatever other similar document required under applicable health and safety regulations and laws. Health and safety manual shall set out all health and safety requirements. 1. Specified in employer's requirements. 2. That comply with all contractors' health and safety obligations under contract. And 3. That are necessary to effect and maintain specified in employee's requirement that comply with all contract's health and safety obligations under contract and that are necessary to effect and maintain a healthy and safe working environment for all persons that are necessary to effect and maintain a healthy and safe working environment for all persons entitled to be on site and other places where works are being executed. This manual shall be revised as necessary by contractor or contractor's health and safety officer at reasonable request of employer. Each revision of manual shall be submitted promptly to employer. In addition, to reporting requirement of paragraph G of subclause 420 progress reports, contractor shall submit to employer details of accident, whatever accident as soon as practicable, after its occurrence, and in case of an accident. Come on. Okay, so what we say, in addition to reporting requirement of subparagraph G of subclause 420 progress reports, contract shall submit to employer details of whatever accident as soon as practicable after occurrence, and in case of an accident causing serious injury or death, shall inform employer immediately. Contractor shall, as specified in employer's requirements, and as employer may reasonably require, maintain records and make reports in compliance with applicable breach. Now, in addition to reporting requirements, reporting requirement of subparagraph D, subclause 420, contractor shall submit to employer details of an accident as soon as practicable after its occurrence, and in case of an accident causing serious injury or death, shall inform employer immediately. Contract shall, as specified in employer's requirements, and employer may reasonably require, maintain records and make reports, and in compliance with applicable health and safety regulations and laws concerning health and safety of persons, and all damages to property. Now 4.9, quality management and compliance verification system. 4.9, quality management and compliance verification system. Quality management 4.9.1, what is that? Let's see. Quality management system. We have already gone to page 3 hours 37 minutes, so we have just half an hour more to compile this half an hour. Let us see how much we can do. Possibly do something better than yesterday. Now, quality management system. Contractor shall prepare and implement a quality management system (QM) as to demonstrate compliance with requirements of contract. QM system shall be specifically prepared for works and submitted to employer within 28 days. Contractor shall prepare and implement a QM system to demonstrate compliance with requirements of contract. QM system shall be specifically prepared for works and submitted to employer within 28 days of commencement date. Thereafter, whenever QM system is updated or revised, a copy shall promptly be submitted to employer. QM system shall be in accordance with details stated in employer's requirement and shall include contractor's procedures. A. To ensure that all notices and other communications under subclause 13 notices and other communications, contractor's documents as built records, O&M manuals, O&M is operation and maintenance manuals, the contemporary records can be traced with full certainty to works, goods, workmanship, or test to which they relate. B. To ensure proper coordination and management of interfaces between stages of executions of works and between subcontractors. And C. For submission of contractor's document to employer for review. Contractors shall carry out internal audits of QM system regularly and at least once every 6 months. Contractors shall submit to employer a report listing results of each internal audit within 7 days of completion. Each report shall include, where appropriate, proposed measures to improve and or rectify QM system and or its implementation. If contract is required by contractor's quality assurance certification, if contract is required by contractor's quality assurance certification to be subject to external audit, contractor shall immediately give a notice to employer describing any failing identified in external audit. Failing identified in external. If contract is a joint venture, this obligation shall apply to each member of joint venture. 492 Compliance Verification System. 492. Compliance verification system. Contractor shall prepare and implement a compliance verification system to demonstrate that design, materials, employer supplied materials, whatever, plant work and workmanship comply in all respects with contract. This is compliance verification system, in which are covered design, materials, employer supplied materials, if any, plant work and workmanship in all respects with contract. Compliance verification system shall be in accordance with details stated in employer's requirements. Now, 493 General Provision. Compliance with is also one thing, I think. Let me read the name. Compliance verification system shall be in accordance with details stated in employer's requirements. If any, it shall include method for reporting results of all inspection and tests carried out by contractor in event that inspection or test is identifies a non-compliance with contract subclass 75 defects or rejections shall apply. I read again because this is important. Compliance verification system shall be in accordance with details stated in employer's requirements, if whatever, and shall include a method for reporting the results of all inspections and tests carried out by contractors in event that any inspection or test identifies a non-compliance with contract subclass 75 defects and rejections shall apply. 493, and that's general provision. Compliance with QM system and or compliance verification system shall not relieve contractor from whatever duty, obligation, or responsibility under in 410, use of site data. Contractors shall be responsible for verifying and interpreting all site data. All data made available by employer under subclass 25 site data and items of reference. 411, sufficiency of contract price. Sufficiency of contract price. Contract shall be deemed to have satisfied itself as to the correctness and sufficiency of contract price stated in contract agreement. Unless otherwise stated in contract price stated in contract agreement shall be deemed to cover all contractors' obligations under contract and all items necessary for proper items or things necessary for proper execution of works in accordance with contract. 412. Unforeseeable difficulties. Unforeseeable difficulties. Also very important point. Unforeseeable difficulties. Which you must take care of. We did not take care of that before, so we take care of now. Unforeseeable difficulties. This is very important part of our works. Except as otherwise stated in particular conditions, a contractor shall be deemed to have obtained all necessary information as to risks, contingencies, and other circumstances which may influence or affect works. By signing contract agreement, contractor accepts total responsibility for having foreseen all difficulties and costs of successfully completing works. And C, contract price shall not be adjusted to take account of whatever unforeseeable or unforeseen difficulties of costs. 413, rights of ways and facilities. Contractors shall bear all costs and charges for spatial and oblique or temporary rights of way which may be required for purposes of works, including those for access to site. Contractors shall also obtain at contractor's risks and cost any or all additional facilities outside site which may be required for purpose of works. 414, avoidance of interference. Contractor shall not interfere unnecessarily or improperly with a convenience of public. You cannot interfere. Let public do what's doing. B, access to and use and control. Alright, now. Avoidance of interference. Contract shall not interfere unnecessarily or improperly with convenience of public, be access to and use of occupation of all roads and footpaths, irrespective of whether they are public or in possession of employer or of others. Contract shall indemnify and hold employer harmless against and from all damages, losses and expenses, including legal fees and expenses, resulting from whatever such unnecessary or improper interference. 15 access route. Access route. Contractors shall be deemed to have been satisfied at base date as to suitability and availability of access to site. Contractors shall take all necessary measures to prevent whatever road or bridges from being damaged by contractors' traffic or by contractors' personnel. These measures shall include proper use of appropriate vehicles conforming to legal load and width limits, if whatever, and some other restrictions and rules. Except as otherwise stated in these conditions, A. Contractors shall, as between parties, be responsible for repair of whatever damage caused to and whatever maintenance which may be required for contractors' use of access roads. B. Contractor shall provide all necessary signs or directions along access routes and shall obtain whatever permissions or permits which may be required from relevant authorities for contractors' use of routes, signs and directions. C. Employer shall not be responsible for any third-party claims which may arise from contractors' use or otherwise of any access route. The employer does not guarantee suitability of available particular access routes, and E. All costs due to non-suitability or non-availability for use required by contractor of access routes shall be borne by contractor. To the extent that non-suitability or non-availability of an access route arises as a result of changes to that access route by employer or a third party after base date, and as a result of contractor suffers delay and or incurs cost, contractor shall be entitled subject to subclause 2020. So now, to extent a non-suitability or non-availability of an access route arises as a result of changes to that access route by employer or third party after base date, and as a result of contractor suffering delays and or incurs cost, contractor shall be entitled subject to a subclause 20.2 claims for party Alright, now 416 Transport of goods. Contractor shall give a notice to employer not less than 21 days before date on which whatever plant or a major item of other goods as specified in employer's requirements shall be delivered to site. Be responsible for packing, loading, transporting, receiving, unloading, storing and protecting all goods and other things required for. Okay, and then C. Be responsible for customs clearances, permits, fees and charges related to imports, transport and handling of all goods, including all obligations necessary for their delivery to site, and the indemnity and hold employer harmless against any from all changes, damages, losses and expenses. It's resulting from import, transport and now you go further. Then C. To be responsible for custom clearance, permits, these charges related to import, transport and handling of all goods, including all obligations necessary for their delivery to site, and the indemnity and hold employer harmless against and from. Alright, the indemnity and hold employer be responsible for customs clearance, permits, fees and charges related to import, transport and handling of all goods, including all obligations necessary for their delivery to site, and they indemnity and indemnify a whole employer harmless against and from all damages, losses and expenses, including legal basis, legal fees and experiences. So you can say that is post 16. Now shall negotiate is complete. A transport says indemnify the hold employer harmless against and from all damages, losses and expenses, including legal fees and expenses resulting from import, transport and handling of all goods, and shall negotiate and pay all third-party claims arising from their import, transport and handling. 417 Contracts equipment. Contracts equipment. Contracts equipment. No problem, let it be, let it move. Contractor, this is 417, contractor shall be responsible for all contractors' equipment when brought onto site. Contractors' equipment shall be deemed to be exclusively intended for execution of works. Contractor shall not remove from site any major items of contractor's equipment without employer's consent. However, consent shall not be required for vehicles transporting goods or contractors' personal off-sites. In addition to whatever notice given under subclause 416, transport of goods, contractors shall give a notice to the employer of the date on which whatever major items of contractor's equipment has been delivered to site. Notice shall be given within 7 days of delivery date. Shall identify okay, so says contract shall not remove from site any major items of contract's equipment without employer's consent. However, consent shall not be required for vehicles transporting goods or contractors' personal off-site. In addition to whatever notice given under subclause 416, transport of goods, contractor shall give a notice to employer of date on which major items of contract's equipment has been delivered to site. This notice shall be given within 7 days of delivery date. Shall identify whether items of contract's equipment is owned by contractor or a subcontractor or any person preferred rented or licensed shall identify rental or leasing entity. 418 Protection of environment. Contractors shall take all necessary measures to A. Protect environment both on and off site. B. Comply with environmental impact statement for works if whatever, and C. Limit damage and nuisance to people and property resulting from pollution, noise and other results of contractors' operations and or activities. Contractor shall ensure that emissions, surface discharges, effluent and other pollutants from contractors' activities shall exceed neither values indicated in employer's requirements nor those prescribed by applicable laws. 419 Temporary utilities, that is, contractor shall accept as stated below be responsible for provision of all temporary utilities including electricity, gas, telecommunication, water and other services contractor may require for execution of works. Following provisions of such clause shall only apply if, as stated in employer's requirements, employer is to provide utilities for contractor's use. Contractor shall be entitled to use for purposes of works utilities on site for which shall at contractor's risk and cost provide any apparatus necessary for contractor's use of these services and for contractor shall at all risk and cost then we can say, I think, let me see your time is there. So I think it's not going to work like this. Let me first see what's missing position. Scanning is not complete. It will take time, so I'll keep scanning off, no problem. Well, we say that let's go a little more if we can. Now Following provisions of subclause shall only apply if stated in employer's requirements applies to provide utilities for contractors. Contract shall be entitled to use purpose of worker utilities on site for which details and prices are given employer's requirements. Contract shall at contractor's risk and cost provide apparatus necessary for contractors' use of these services and measuring of quantities consumed. Apparatus provided for measuring quantities consumed shall be subject to employer's consent. Quantities consumed if whatever during each period of payment stated in contract data, if not stated, each month shall be measured by contractor and amount to be paid by contractor for such quantities as at prices stated in employer's requirement shall be included in relevant standards statements. 420 progress reports. 420 progress reports. So this point we shall take later. Now we see what to do. We have talked miscellaneous types. We have talked today this FIDIC, APC, conditions, various conditions in this. Safety, health, payment, or you can say how to ensure sufficiency of contract. These are miscellaneous conditions of EPC. Quantification is very important. Responsibility lies with the EPC contractor for sufficiency of everything. We talked of engineering management. I explained something about AON, and also we talked of soil, how soil helps, doesn't help, as well as specifications of materials. That is general, general it is, how it works, and also a specification on something very important, it's COVID-19. Everything is not possible, I know. Everything is not possible in world and life. But at least we are moving to to cover some knowledge. And I'm just trying not to I can't speak for 4 hours on one subject, so I have partitioned like that. COVID-19 is very important and it's moving for everybody, and what information coming every day we are using that. Then I'm going to engineering management, which is also very starts engineering management. Means we have to understand what is engineering management. That's most important, because engineering management is very, very important subject for all of us, and we have to understand what management we are talking of, and then general specifications, and then also you can say this FIDIC. FIDIC, yes, is silver talking of, and this is also a long subject, long time it comes. So we will say later we'll take off others. This project, progress reports, and many more. Means it's only we have got just now 4. It's now class 4, and there are 21 classes. Just you understand that way. It's not that you can do in one day. I can even sit for 1 more hour. It doesn't matter. I think that's not necessary as far as limit is there, because I also limit, you also limit, and you must have time to get it right and do it, and that's very important. So I should suggest that all those my friends, don't take it so lightly. This is contract material, and this you will not find somewhere else in voice. I'm not asking you to open file. File is available. You want to see that. Everything is available on URLs. You have to go through text. There are many more files available. All previous talks are available. Generally, our talks related to safety are available. Safety, health, environment, and ergonomics. And also, if you go through that, you will find many useful URLs. You can download those files and study. Means it's not a big issue. It's only for your benefit. Your system's quality, not my system quality. I want to understand engineering. I want to understand engineering. Though I'm 65, 66, I still want to know what actually engineering is. And maybe you can understand better than what I understand. I'm speaking only. Maybe I'm different on that way. It's very important to understand what we're talking of. So we say you may take care of that. I like to close it now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's close this talk and we see how it goes well. Thanks, bye-bye. And that's what it says. That's not taking it. So let us close this. It's not getting closed. Why? It's not getting closed. Oh yeah, it's not getting closed. Come on, you. Yeah, you what the hell, yeah. So let it happens. I tried to close. I could not close it. So I try again.